develop their algorithms, or looking at next-generation vehicles and how they will transform safety and mobility. Central to these discussions has always been the need for America to lead in the development of standards and deployment and what AI means for our data. We kicked off our subcommittee hearings this year with a focus on our competitiveness with China, where we learn why it is critical for America to lead the world in key emerging technologies, and why it is imperative for Congress as a first step to enact data privacy and security law. AI has so many different applications, from auto-filling text messages or Excel spreadsheets, all the way to generating unique images and speeches. But at the base of these applications is a need to collect and properly permission information to train and grow these AI models. Without a data privacy and security standard that dictates the rules for how companies can collect, process, store, and transfer information, bad actors may have unfettered access to use and exploit our most sensitive information. We have seen true innovators in this space using information they collect to help provide goods and services or improve what they are offering to users. For example, I've heard of internet service providers using information they collect from their customers to build AI processes to better understand when an outage may occur and how to prevent it. Additionally, in the healthcare sector, AI can unlock greater speeds to processing information on diagnostic imaging and screenings, or discovering new possibilities within the drug development pipeline. That being said, there are entities that don't have our best interests in mind when they collect, purchase, or disseminate our information. In several instances, this is done under the radar without the consumer ever knowing it happened. We've seen how data collection practices have allowed data brokers to build profiles on Americans and sell them to any bidder, or even giving them to foreign adversaries, unfortunately. Or how we've seen Chinese companies like TikTok collect everything they need to build out their algorithms, which are blocked from leaving their own borders of China, but used to push harmful content to our children here in the United States. Earlier this year, we saw the horrible content TikTok has pushed to children, like self-harm and suicide encouragement, and now war crimes and terrorist content are being touted on the platform, unfortunately. This committee examined issues like this last year when we passed a comprehensive data privacy legislation out of committee almost unanimously, which included requirements for companies to conduct impact assessments on how their algorithms could be harmful to children. In fact, our legislation was touted as having the strongest online protections for children to date, and overall would provide stronger protections than any state law. Unfortunately, the current reality is millions of Americans have no protections or control when it comes to their sensitive information. And there are bad actors, as we know, and companies who will abuse this gap in protections to their own benefit. Americans deserve more transparency around what companies do with their information, more control over how their information can be used, and better data security practices from the entities that use it. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses on the importance of enacting a data privacy law and how that can set the United States up for success to lead the world in AI. I thank all of you for being here today, and I look forward to your testimony. I yield back, and now I recognize The gentlelady, my friend from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky, for 5 minutes for her opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. I want to say that artificial intelligence, or AI, has transformed our lives from healthcare to Hollywood in so many ways. The fuel for AI is consumer data. And, you know, in a way, I feel like this is deja vu all over again. Here we are talking about how consumers feel afraid online. And when we talk about AI today, most people really don't even know what we're talking about. And yet they may feel the impact in all kinds of negative ways. Because of AI and algorithms, there may be people who are discriminated against, that people of color may not be able to get the health care that others, that others are able to get. We are aware of all kinds of experiences that people have had. I wanted to give you another example. You know, there used to be, well, there still is, a scam that says, you get a phone call that says, your son is in deep trouble, and you better send us some money in order to make sure that we take care of him. And people have, particularly older people, have fallen for that. Now, they can have your son's voice. All it would take is maybe 3 seconds to develop that voice, and you absolutely think that you better act immediately or your child is in danger. And so AI presents all kinds of challenges to us. On the other hand, of course, there are advantages too. But you know, we passed legislation. We passed a comprehensive consumer safety bill to protect people's data. Our bill passed the House, not the House, unfortunately, passed this full committee almost unanimously to make sure that we protect consumer data, and we need to get back to that right away. And we need then to include in, that AI. As we know, states are moving ahead without us. There are now 13 states in the last year who have adopted data privacy legislation. You know, one of the things that we wanted to do was have something nationwide that would protect consumers. And I feel like we made such great progress in a bipartisan way in doing that. And we could move ahead now in adding AI to that as well, and we ought to get on it right now. So I am really calling on all of us to be able to get back to being a Congress that can act, and when we do, that data privacy is among the very first things that we do. Data protection is something that we can do. People can be protected from scams. We can protect workers. We can protect businesses that also can become victims of AI. And so my call today is, let's get going. Let's get a Congress that can function. And when we do, let's move ahead on protecting consumers that are still finding that their most precious and private data. And you know, in our bill, Congressman Bilirakis, when we worked together, we did a lot for children as well, and protecting children and the most vulnerable. So I say, let's get back to business and let's finally get it done across the finish line. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Appreciate those comments. I now recognize the chair of the full committee, my good friend, Mrs. Rogers, for her 5 minutes for her opening statement.
Good morning, everyone. Yesterday, Congresswoman Debbie Lesko announced that she would not be seeking re-election. And I just would like to start by honoring her service. Is she still here? Yeah. Oh, yeah, there she is. Yes, I wanted to begin by honoring her service to our nation, as well as her leadership on the House Energy and Commerce Committee. I know that she's going to finish strong, and we're going to have many more times where we can honor her, but I just wanted to recognize her and this decision, and just let her know that we look forward to her finishing strong in the days ahead, but we're going to miss her in the next Congress.
Well, thank you, Chairwoman, and you guys still have 15 months to put up with me. And I don't have to worry about re-election, so it might get wild, who knows?
The best is yet to come. Well, welcome everyone to our series of AI hearings, and the 7th data privacy-related hearing that we've held this year. The promises of artificial intelligence are extensive, from more affordable energy and better healthcare to a more productive workforce and a better standard of living. Unlocking this technology's potential could radically strengthen American economic and technological leadership across the board. In addition, the power of AI can also be abused and raises serious concerns and challenges that must be addressed. It is critical that America, not China, is the one addressing those challenges and leading in AI's development and deployment. The best way to start is by laying the groundwork to protect people's information with a national data privacy standard. This is foundational, and it must be the first step towards a safe and prosperous AI future. If used correctly, AI can be a source for good. It can help us unlock life-changing technologies like self-driving vehicles and enhanced health diagnostic systems, enhanced protections against national security threats and data breaches, while assisting companies and law enforcement to better scan internet platforms for illegal activity, like child sexual abuse material and fentanyl distribution. To unlock these benefits, though, we need to first establish foundational protections for the data that powers many of these new AI tools, and it's vital that it be led by the U.S. Data is the lifeblood of artificial intelligence. These systems learn from processing vast amounts of data. And as we think about how to protect people's data privacy, we need to be considering first and foremost how the data is collected and how it's meant to be used, and ensure that it is secured. It's time that we provide people with greater transparency and put them back in control of the collection and the use of their personal information. Key to this is ensuring the safety of algorithms used by online platforms, which serve as the instruction manuals for artificial intelligence. By making sure algorithms are being developed, operated, and training AI responsibly, we can provide Americans with greater transparency for how their data is analyzed, how these systems identify patterns, how they make predictions, and how their interactions with online platforms are used to determine what content they see. Put simply, trustworthy algorithms are essential components in a responsible deployment of AI. Failing to enact a national data privacy standard or allowing China to lead the way heightens the risk over the collection and misuse of data, unauthorized access and transfers, and greater harms for Americans and our families. We need to prioritize strengthening data security protections to safeguard people's information against threats. The theft and exploitation of sensitive information, especially biometric data, pose severe risk to individuals and organizations. If we establish stronger data privacy protections for Americans without equally robust data security requirements along those rules on collection and use, the number of data breaches and abuses will continue to rise and compromise people's information. Building those laws early would ensure greater public trust in AI, which will ensure future innovations are made in the U.S. To ensure American leadership, we must strike the right balance with AI, one that gives businesses the flexibility to remain agile as they develop these cutting-edge technologies, while also ensuring the responsible use of this technology. A national standard for collection and handling of data will provide businesses, creators, and every American with clear and understandable protections wherever they are. I look forward to discussing the path forward today, and I yield back.
I thank the chair. I now recognize my friend from New Jersey, the ranking member of the full committee, for his 5 minutes of opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Bilirakis. And I have to say that I also regret Debbie Lesko leaving. She's always smiling, pleasant, and tries to work in a bipartisan basis. So maybe we can convince you to change your mind, but probably not. To the issue of the hearing today, let me just say that despite what the chairwoman says, I am very concerned about what we can actually accomplish if this paralysis with the speakership continues. It's now 16 days since the House has been paralyzed without a speaker. We're 30 days away from another potential government shutdown. This hearing comes at a time when House Republicans' dysfunction is hurting the American people, weakening our economy, and undermining our national security, in my opinion. And all year, House Republicans have caved to the extreme elements in their party who have no interest in governing. They've forced cuts to critical federal programs in spite of a funding agreement between the former Speaker and President Biden, and they came close to a government shutdown that would have cost our national economy upwards of $13 billion a week and forced our troops to work without pay. And I just think the American people deserve better. Democrats have repeatedly tried to stop this dysfunction from hurting everyday Americans, but it's long past time for House Republicans to reject the extremists in their party. We should be working together to lower costs for American families and to grow our economy and the middle class, and it's time for the chaos to end. Now, last year, now Chair Rogers and I were able to work across the aisle and pass the American Data Privacy and Protection Act out of the committee by a vote of 50-2. That legislation included many important provisions, including provisions focused on data minimization and algorithmic accountability. Clearly defined rules are critical to protect consumers from existing harmful data collection practices and to safeguard them from the growing privacy threat the AI models pose. And I strongly believe that the bedrock of any AI regulation must be privacy legislation that includes data minimization and algorithmic accountability principles. Simply continuing to provide consumers with only notice and consent rights is wholly insufficient in today's modern digital age. Artificial intelligence is certainly not new. However, the speed at which we're witnessing the deployment of generative AI is staggering, and the effects it will have on our everyday lives are tremendous. There's been an explosion of AI systems and tools that answer consumers' questions, draft documents, make hiring decisions, influence the way patients are diagnosed, and make employment and housing decisions. Many of these systems are trained on massive amounts of data big tech has collected on all of us. And that's why the lack of nationwide protections around what data companies can collect, sell, and use to train these AI systems should concern every American. Now, since sufficient guardrails do not exist for America's data and AI systems, we're unfortunately hearing of a growing number of reports of harmful impacts from the use of AI systems. And this has included the creation of deep fakes, leaking of personal data, and algorithmic-driven discrimination. There have been instances where AI has been used to mimic real people's voices, to convince consumers to send money to someone they think is a friend or relative. Chatbots have leaked medical records and personal information, and AI systems have discriminated against female candidates for jobs and people of color in the housing market. This is all extremely concerning. We cannot continue to allow companies to develop and deploy systems that misuse and leak personal data and exacerbate discrimination. And that's why we must make sure developers are running every test they can to mitigate risk before their AI models are deployed. Congress must also continue to encourage agencies like the FTC to enforce the laws they already have on the books. I commend the FTC for their work to fight scammers who have turned to new AI tools, like the ones that mimic the voice of a friend or loved one in order to trick consumers out of their life savings. We must continue to fully fund these agencies as technology continues to advance and the threats to consumers continue to grow. So I'll also continue to push for a comprehensive national federal privacy standard. It's the only way we can limit the aggressive and abusive data collection practices of big tech and data brokers, ensure that our children's sensitive information is protected online, protect against algorithmic bias, and put consumers back in control of their data. So look forward to the discussion today, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the remainder of my time.
I thank the gentleman, and now we're going to, first of all, I want to thank the witnesses for being here, and we're going to try to stick to that 5-minute rule. We are going to stick to the 5-minute rule for obvious reasons. We'll have a vote on the floor at approximately 11. That may change, but we're going to anticipate a vote at 11, and we'll recess and come back. So I want to thank you in advance for your patience. Our first witness is Raffi Krikorian, good Armenian name, Chief Technology Officer at the Emerson Collective. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Subcommittee Chair Bilirakis, Subcommittee Ranking Member Shokowski, Chair Rogers, and Ranking Member Pallone, and members of the subcommittee. My name is Raffi Krikorian. I'm the Chief Technology Officer at Emerson Collective, and I appreciate the subcommittee's ongoing interest in protecting the digital privacy rights of Americans. Personally, I've been fortunate to work in the tech industry for over 20 years. At Twitter, I was the Vice President of Engineering. At Uber, I was the Director in charge of the self-driving car efforts. And I now have the pleasure of working at Emerson Collective, where we recognize that complex societal problems require innovative solutions. We use a unique combination of tools, philanthropy, venture investing, even arts and others, to spur measurable and lasting change in a number of disciplines, including technology. So I'd like to start with a very simple fact. We live in an age of rapidly increasing digital surveillance, and very few users understand the trade-offs they make when they're using the phones or the web. Not only are applications doing more with users' data than users expect, that usage is accelerating and evolving at an unprecedented speed. And within this regime, notice and consent are failing us. By now, we're so used to seeing advisory pop-ups listing our consent to accept cookies that we're more annoyed by them instead of being informed by them. So in order to move forward, I propose we need to step back and look at the heart of the problem. First, the data economy is becoming incredibly complicated. It's increasingly difficult to explain to everyday consumers how their data is being collected and being used. Amazon knows every product a user has ever viewed, how long they've dwelled on a specific page on their Kindle, as well as searches across all of Amazon's retail partners. And that's just Amazon. Users are generating lots and lots of data, and that data is being found in lots and lots of different places. And don't get me wrong, users are generally delighted by these personalized experiences, but again, I contend that users don't understand the trade-offs that they are making for these experiences. So a problem, though, the notion of data minimization comes in direct conflict with data-hungry artificial intelligence algorithms. Retailers and advertisers are gathering our personal data so they can make better predictions on how to sell us things. But in the case of AI and deep learning models, more data is essential to make AI function at all. AI developers pride themselves on models that detect patterns that humans themselves will not be able to see, so therefore it behooves them to feed the machine as much data as they possibly can. Data collection is no longer just a sales tactic, it's an existential necessity. And for more problems, we're seeing technological trends that go beyond just capturing data via applications. One trend I might call out is this notion of voluntary data surrender. Users are willingly sharing data about themselves all the time, unaware or unconcerned about whose hands that might fall into. I'm speaking about social media, of course, which along with the prevalence of cameras on our smartphones has caused an explosion of data to be put online. And one can argue that there might be no expectation of privacy in a public space, but I would contend that we're seeing 21st century technology in collision with 20th century norms and laws. AI tools are being trained on these vast data lakes found in these public spaces, and we're training them to do things like identify people from an image on any camera anywhere. And these tools can do more than simply identify people, but they can mimic them as well. Today's hearing alone will generate enough samples of my voice that anyone will be able to make a convincing synthetic replica of me. And I don't want to be alarmist. That's only one trend. I can obviously name more. So notice and consent won't be able to mitigate any of this. So what do we do? Well, first off, I believe we need increased efforts to promote and expand digital literacy, especially around the ideas of data and privacy. Users should better understand the data economy in which their personal information is being used and traded within. And we need to incentivize application developers to do a better job to explain to users upfront what they're consenting to and how their data will be used. After the initial consent process, users should have agency over how their information is flowing through software, applications, companies, and end users need access to that full life cycle and have visibility into that full life cycle of their data. They should be given clear ways to understand the trade-offs between what they've given away and what benefits or harms might come from them or their community. And that users should be able to both revoke consent and delete their data from the application if they so choose. And these are just things we can do in a user-centric way, giving power and agency back to users. There's an entire other class of solutions that I'm happy to talk about around companies and application developers. So I sincerely praise the bipartisan work this committee has done in its advancement of the American Data Privacy and Protection Act. And I believe that this should be treated as a foundation for more work going forward. The problems that we can identify today are just that, the problems of today. There will almost certainly be new issues to tackle as these technologies continue to evolve, and setting up legislative frameworks so that we can adapt quickly as these new issues appear is vitally important. So I thank you for the opportunity to share my perspective here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Our next witness is Amba Kak, Executive Director of the AI Now Institute. You're recognized for your 5 minutes. Thank you again.
Chair Bilrakis, Ranking Member Schakowsky, Chair Rogers, and Ranking Member Pallone, as well as members of this committee, thank you for inviting me to appear before you. My name is Amba Kak, and I'm the Executive Director of the AI Now Institute, and I have over a decade of experience in global technology policy. I want to make one overarching point in today's testimony, and that is that we already have many of the regulatory tools we need to govern AI systems. Now is the time to extend what we have in pursuit of ensuring that our legal regime meets the moment. Specifically, I encourage this committee to prioritize the passage of a data privacy law like the ADPPA, and in particular, its strong data minimization mandates, which have already received the resounding support of this committee. In fact, this notion that we need to create new frameworks from scratch largely serves large industry players more than it does the rest of us. It serves to delay and to provide current actors with significant influence on both the scope and the direction of policymaking. Data privacy law is a core mechanism that can help mitigate both the privacy but also the competition implications of large-scale AI. And I'll build to this argument making 3 specific points. The first, that data privacy regulation is AI regulation. Soon after the public release of ChatGPT, there were questions from the public on what data these models had been trained on, followed by panic when people began to realize that ChatGPT was sometimes leaking personal data accidentally. This example was not a one-off. There are ongoing privacy and security challenges introduced by large language models which both routinely and unpredictably produce highly sensitive and inaccurate outputs, including personal information. Regulators in many parts of the world with strong data privacy laws moved very quickly. Italy even issued a temporary ban on ChatGPT based on concerns that it was out of compliance. And this ban was lifted only after OpenAI provided an opt-out for users to prevent their conversations from being used for training data. Here in the US, while enforcement agencies have and continue to do all they can with existing authorities, the lack of a federal privacy law undoubtedly held us back from demanding accountability, particularly as panic began to spread. And taking the ADPPA as an example, here are a few of the tools we would have had and would have to regulate AI. First, we'd have data minimization, which would mitigate the supercharged incentives to excessively hoover up data about users. Second, we'd have data rights, which could compel transparency into these largely opaque AI systems. And finally, we'd have its civil rights provisions to boost what federal agencies are already doing under existing laws to curb algorithmic discrimination. My second point is that when regulating AI, privacy and competition goals must proceed in concert. They're 2 sides of the same coin. As it stands today, there is no large-scale AI without big tech. Companies like Google, Microsoft, and Amazon dominate access to computational resources, and other companies, as a rule, depend on them for this infrastructure. This is closely related to their data advantage, which enables them to collect and store very large amounts of good quality data about millions of people through their vast market penetration. This data advantage can give models that are developed by big tech an edge over those developed without the benefit of such data. Now, this push to build AI at larger and larger scale only increases the demand for the very same resources that these firms have accumulated and are best placed to consolidate. Any regulatory effort must also address this market reality. Privacy and competition law are too often siloed from one another, leading to interventions that could easily compromise the objective of one issue over the other. And which is why, to conclude, of all of these provisions, we most strongly recommend legally binding data minimization rules that draw clear lines around collection, use, and retention. Tech firms already have very strong incentives for irresponsible data surveillance, but AI pours gasoline on them, fueling a race to the bottom. Data minimization acts as a systemic antidote that addresses both first-party data surveillance as well as the consolidation of the existing data advantage in big tech. The FTC recently penalized Amazon for storing children's voice data, and Amazon justified this by saying that they would be using it to improve their Alexa algorithm. We can't let these practices continue. In conclusion, it's worth underscoring that there is nothing about the current trajectory of AI that is inevitable, and as a democracy, the US has the opportunity to take global leadership here in setting a trajectory for innovation that respects privacy and upholds competition. Data minimization would be a major step forward on both counts. Thank you.
We appreciate it very much, and thanks for sticking to the 5 minutes. Now I'll recognize Gregg, who's an actor. By the way, I'm a fan, and a screenwriter at the Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Television and Radio Artists. You're recognized, sir, for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Bilirakis, Ranking Member Schakowsky, Chair Rogers, and Ranking Member Pallone. For me, it's a great honor to appear before this important committee. My name is Clark Gregg. As you said, I'm an actor, I'm a screenwriter, I'm a proud member of SAG-AFTRA and of the Writers Guild. Some of you might remember me as Agent Phil Coulson in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. In that role, my character had access to advanced and even alien technology that worked through biometrics, but that futuristic comic book tech has already become a reality. Data privacy issues affect everyone. Given that more and more of our data is protected by biometric technology, it's critical that we protect data such as voice prints, facial mapping, even personally identifying physical movements. We strongly support the committee's work to construct national data privacy and security protections so that our personal information cannot be used without our consent. I'm here because this issue's been top of mind this year for my fellow writers and SAG-AFTRA members, actors, broadcasters, recording artists. We are currently in a fight, to protect personal information such as voice, likeness, and audiovisual material online. Actors, like anyone else, deserve to have their biometric information protected from unauthorized access and use. Our voices, images, and performances are presently available on the internet both legally and illegally because we do not have data and privacy and security protections across the nation. AI models can ingest, reproduce, and modify them at will without consideration, compensation, or consent for the artist. That's a violation of privacy rights, but it's also a violation of our ability to compete fairly in the employment marketplace. And these fakes are deceptively presented to viewers as if those performances are real. Like any performer in a Marvel or any visual effects-driven film, I've been scanned. I've been scanned many times. You step into a tiny dome where there's literally hundreds of cameras. They record every detail and angle of you, and they create something called a digital double, which scared me 10 years ago. It really scares me now. This can be used with your voice, either real or synthesized, to recreate your character, to create a new character, or in the wrong hands, ironically, as you said, Chairman Bilirakis, a bad actor, it can create a new you that can roam the internet wreaking havoc in perpetuity. Now, it's hard enough for me to keep this me out of trouble. I don't have time to wrangle another one. Tom Hanks' stolen likeness was recently used to sell a dental insurance plan. Drake and The Weeknd released a new single that was streamed by millions. This came as quite a surprise to both Drake and The Weeknd because they had not released a new single. Even in my starving artist days, which went on for quite a while, I chose never to work in the adult end of my business, although a few of the Cinemax projects I read for came uncomfortably close. But I was recently sent very lifelike images of myself engaged in acrobatic pornography with, I will admit, abs that I would kill for. It's funny, but it's also terrifying. Deep fake porn is already a thing, and it's not a thing that I or my fellow performers signed up for, especially if we're not getting paid. I'm kidding. People, and indeed humanity, are more than just bits of digital information to be fed into a computer. And as AI grows exponentially by the minute, it's not just the film and television studios we have to worry about. This issue impacts every single American. Biometric information, even something as routine as a voice print or a facial map, can be exploited in ways that pose a danger not just to the broader public, but to national security, as you well know. As more companies use biometric information to verify identity, these risks expand exponentially. We must be vigilant and protect our data. We ask that key questions be answered. How and why is our biometric information being collected? How is it being used? Are there limitations on its use? What control do we have over the data? In our SAG-AFTRA AI guidelines, we demand the following answers. Are voice and likeness assets being safely stored? Who has access to them? What happens to data when the contractual relationship ends? What happens if there's a data breach? Privacy laws in over 24 other countries and many US states address these essential standards for biometric data, but overall, the US is behind the curve. There are no comprehensive federal privacy laws, so individuals must depend on our inconsistent state laws. SAG-AFTRA will fight to protect our members' voices and likeness from unauthorized use, but all individuals deserve safeguards against unauthorized access to their biometric data. In addition to the protections in this bill, we believe Congress must put guardrails in place now to prevent future misappropriation of creators' digital identities and performances. Our sector is under assault today. It may be your sector tomorrow. In closing, I want to say that being an actor can be a strange way of life. What you spend your life learning to create with is yourself, your face, your body, your memories, your life itself. When it works, that very uniqueness creates a character, a story that is universal, ineffable, something that brings people together. For artists and creators, this is an existential threat. If we don't protect our words, our likenesses, they will be harvested, mimicked, essentially stolen by AI systems and those that use or own the technology. We've arrived at a moment that's eerily reminiscent of the moment when indigenous peoples first saw cameras and expressed a prescient fear that the machines might steal their very souls. As the dystopian sci-fi classics tell us, the computers may be coming for us, but we don't have to make it easy for them. I thank you for your time.
All right, next we have Victoria Espinel, President and Chief Executive Officer of BSA, the Software Alliance. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Bilirakis, Ranking Member Schakowsky, and members of the subcommittee. My name is Victoria Espinel, and I'm the CEO of BSA, the Software Alliance. BSA is the advocate for the global business-to-business software industry. BSA members are at the forefront of developing cutting-edge services, including artificial intelligence, and their products are used by businesses of all sizes across every sector of the economy. I commend the subcommittee for convening today's hearing, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. Safeguarding consumers' personal data and responsibly regulating artificial intelligence are among the foremost technology issues today. Constituents in your districts rely on a wide range of data services to support their local communities and economies. But to fully realize the potential requires trust that technology is developed and deployed responsibly. The United States needs both a comprehensive federal privacy law and a federal law that creates new rules for companies that are developing and using high-risk AI systems. Actions on both priorities will help promote the responsible use of digital tools and protect how consumers' data is used. We appreciate this committee's strong bipartisan work to pass the American Data Privacy and Protection Act last year and your decision to address both privacy and artificial intelligence in that bill. Your effort proves that bipartisan consensus on privacy and AI can be achieved, and we look forward to continuing to work with you as you refine your work on these issues. For too long, consumers and businesses in the United States have lived in an increasingly data-driven and connected world without a clear set of national rules. We need a federal privacy law that does three things: requires businesses to only collect, use, and share data in ways that respect consumers' privacy, gives consumers new rights in that data, including the right to access, correct, and delete their data, and ensures that companies that violate their obligations are subject to strong enforcement. The tremendous growth of AI has underscored the importance of these issues. As this committee has recognized, a federal privacy law will create important new requirements for companies that collect and use consumers' information, including in connection with AI. Thoughtful AI legislation is needed too. It can further protect consumers by ensuring that developers and deployers of artificial intelligence take required steps to mitigate risks, including conducting impact assessments to reduce the risk of bias and discrimination. Privacy and AI legislation will help support the digital transformation of our economy and spread benefits broadly that lead to growth and new jobs across industries. Farmers can use AI to analyze vast amounts of weather information, to use less water and maximize their harvest. Manufacturers can revolutionize how their goods are designed and made. Suppliers and distributors can retool how goods are ordered and delivered. And construction companies can build AI-generated digital twins of real-life cities to better understand the impacts of a proposed design. Thoughtful federal legislation is the best way to promote trust and technological adoption. I want to emphasize that in order for legislation on these issues to be effective and workable, it has to reflect that different companies have different roles. In privacy, there is widespread recognition that laws must distinguish between companies that decide how and why to process a consumer's data and the service providers that handle that data on behalf of other businesses. In artificial intelligence, there is a similar dynamic. At BSA, some of our companies develop AI, some of our companies deploy AI, many of our companies do both, and both need to have obligations. This committee recognized the importance of these distinctions as you advanced privacy legislation last year, and we look forward to continuing to work with you. I want to conclude by emphasizing the importance of U.S. leadership on both privacy and artificial intelligence. There is widespread consensus from industry, from civil society, and from consumers that the United States needs federal privacy legislation. We also need legislation that sets thoughtful rules for high-risk uses of AI. The bill this committee passed last year, almost unanimously, already reflects key aspects of those rules. Other countries are addressing these issues, adopting privacy legislation, and moving quickly on AI regulations. The U.S. is a leader in technological innovation, and we should be a leading voice in shaping the global approach to responsible AI. The time to do so is now. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so very much. And our final witness is Jon Leibowitz, who's the former chair and commissioner of the FTC. You're recognized, sir, for your 5 minutes.
Chair Bilirakis, Ranking Member Schakowsky, members of the subcommittee, thank you for inviting me to speak today on two important and related issues, the need for a statutory framework governing artificial intelligence and why federal privacy legislation is a critical first step towards responsible development and deployment of AI. As you have heard from my fellow panelists, the rapid growth of AI technologies is bringing extraordinary benefits to every American, but it can also be used to create very real harms. Your committee deserves credit for tackling this issue with a series of hearings. But as we engage in that important debate, let's not forget the essential need for federal privacy legislation, which, as you also heard from my fellow panelists, addresses many of these very issues, including the use of personal data through AI. Now, we live in an era in which data is incessantly collected, shared, used, and monetized in ways never contemplated by consumers themselves. AI has amplified these disturbing trends. It is because consumers have so little control over their personal data, and it is shared at will by companies, that AI can be deployed so perniciously. Some large companies have developed ethical approaches to the use of AI, but most businesses are looking for direction. And unfortunately, they're not going to get too much direction from existing laws and regulatory authorities, which are not an adequate match for the problems created by misuse of AI. For example, The FTC has authority to prohibit unfair, deceptive acts or practices in or affecting commerce. And some commercial behavior, like using AI for identity theft or fraud, clearly violates the FTC Act and companion state laws. That's good. The FTC could likely enjoin the company that recently created an AI-generated version of Tom Hanks without his permission and use that image to peddle a bogus dental plan. And by the way, I couldn't have made that up. It's not clear that an AI-driven deepfake, though, even if it's deceptive, always comes within the definition of commerce. In other words, legislation is by far the best way to clarify in advance what responsibilities deployers of AI must consider and what risks they must disclose to others. What's the best approach? I doubt we know that yet. The European Union, through its AI Act, would classify systems according to risks they pose to users. Some states are starting to look at regulating AI, and states can be laboratories of democracy. But no matter how well-intentioned and thoughtful state laws may be, federal legislation around AI is far more preferable than a patchwork of state statutes. And at the same time, Americans deserve a muscular federal law that will give us greater control over our own information wherever we live, work, or travel, and require more transparency and accountability by corporations. I heard all the members say that today. Last year, you wrote that bill, one that would create a foundation upon which AI rules could develop. Its provisions are stronger than any single state law and smarter in many ways than the GDPR that governs Europe. It shows that members on both sides of the aisle could work together on a quintessentially interstate issue to create a privacy regime benefiting all Americans. The ADPPA was not a perfect piece of legislation, and collectively you may decide to make some modest changes to it when you reintroduce it this year's version. But you reported it out of committee by an overwhelming and bipartisan 53-2 margin, 53-2. In contrast, Congress will need to do a lot of collective thinking before it decides where it wants to end up on AI. Now, the unprecedented interest by lawmakers in AI-related issues is a welcome development. Indeed, Congress should work on crafting a framework for AI at the same time it protects consumer privacy. But a comprehensive AI law may be several years away. Comprehensive privacy law, though, should not take that long, and it is entirely within this committee's jurisdiction and Congress's reach. In fact, your privacy proposal included many of the same components upon which responsible AI development will be built. Requirements for data security, restrictions on collecting information without consumer permission, mandatory risk assessments, obligations for companies to minimize data, prohibitions against the use of discriminatory algorithms, fining authority for the FTC, and protections against targeted advertising to minors 17 and under. So, as you begin to consider the regulatory metes and bounds for AI, let me urge you to keep in mind your groundbreaking work on privacy legislation last Congress. Even if enacting such a law requires some complicated negotiations and a few difficult votes, which it will, you will have done something meaningful for American consumers if you succeed. You will enhance American competitiveness if you succeed, and you will have laid the groundwork for legislation making AI safe and effective. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and I agree. And I'll begin with the questioning now. We're going to try to get as many members as possible to ask questions before we recess. So I'll start again with Mr. Leibowitz. You have an extensive amount of experience, sir, from chairing the FTC to serving in civil society groups and even staffing senators. There's a lot of interest right now about what to do, as you know, obviously, what to do about AI. But despite years of trying, we have no foundation for how consumer data is collected, used, and properly secured. We need to get the fundamentals in place. You mentioned in your testimony the legislation this committee passed nearly unanimously was stronger than any state law, and I appreciate you emphasizing that, sir, today. Can you expand on that and speak to how important it is for us to have a preemptive national standard to ensure data privacy and security for our constituents and for American leadership on AI. I know you did talk about it, but please, if you can, if you have anything more to say, I want to give you the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess I would make this point. Data travels in interstate commerce. It's not contained in a particular state. And consumers deserve a very high level of privacy protection. This committee knows that better than anyone else, wherever they live, wherever they work, wherever they travel. And that's what a comprehensive privacy law would do. And look, we should give Californians and the California legislature a lot of credit because they were the first state legislature to show us that lawmakers can pass a law that protects consumer privacy. But your data minimization isn't in the California law. Your limits on sensitive data by default, not in the California law. The prohibitions on discriminatory use of algorithms, not in the California law. The prohibition on targeted advertising to children, not in the California law. So it's almost like we're comparing apples and oranges. We need a federal law. Your federal law is stronger than any state law or your federal proposal, and I would just urge you to move forward with it, as I know you want to.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it very much. I couldn't agree more. Mr. Gregg, I appreciate you traveling across the country to be here. Your testimony on the collection and use of what is fundamentally your data is insightful, not just as a Hollywood creator, but also as an everyday American. I'd like to discuss another important element of your efforts, which is the need for better security of our data. We know these large AI systems harvest and scrape the internet for data, and that includes personal information due to the data breaches and hacking amongst other causes. This can be used for deep fakes and other scams that I will call digitized fraud. And the question is, how have you and the general public been harmed by this data being exploited and used for purposes that it wasn't intended for because there wasn't enough security around it? And I know you gave some examples, but if you could elaborate on that, sir, I'd appreciate it. Mike, yeah.
I'm new to this. Like so many Americans, I'm a consumer, I'm a human, I have a family, in addition to being a performer. I shared some of the ways that your image will show up in ways that you never agreed to, some that are quite offensive. And I never signed off on that, and it's only a matter of time till those start to show up in video form that become, as AI expands exponentially, more and more lifelike. As I said, that is a violation of the ultimate freedom, is my right to free speech, my right to privacy, my right to exist as an entity that makes my own decisions. But I think what's most disturbing about this, as I've studied it and been very interested in it, because, as I said, the ramifications both for writers and filmmakers and actors are huge, and they're being fought right now. One of the honors about being on the picket lines for us is that we feel that we're in a flexion point that's coming all around the nation. We just happen to be in a visible union. But what I'm struck by is the way that the CEOs themselves who run these corporations, they have all signed a letter saying that the threat is equal to or greater than thermonuclear war. The experts on AI, they can't even really quite tell you what it's going to become. And so I think, to answer your question, we don't quite know what this is going to be. And there's, in my experience, and probably yours, when there's technology that can generate a profit, very often the profit is what drives the pace, not what's best for humans. And machines, when we first picked up a stick, the concept was that they would work for us. And what it feels like to me, and I admit I watch too much sci-fi, it feels like we're on a fast track to be working for them.
That very much, and I have other questions, but I'll submit them for the record. Now I recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Schakowsky, for her 5 minutes of questioning.
First of all, let me just say how much I appreciate that pretty much to a person, all of your witnesses have now said that we need a comprehensive privacy bill. and we were well on our way, so we need to continue that. Ms. Kak, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned in your testimony right at the front that many of the tools that are needed to protect consumers from an AI are already in place. Are you saying that we could move ahead right now because there are mechanisms that we have? And what are they?
Thank you, Ranking Member Schakowsky. I think the recent joint statement of our nation's enforcers said it eloquently, which is there is no AI-shaped exemption to the laws on the books. And so the moment we're at right now, I think, is to first and foremost clarify and strengthen the laws on the books to apply to AI. The FTC has already opened an investigation against OpenAI based on its deception authorities. The EEOC and the CFPB have also issued guidance in their particular domains. And the chair of the SEC recently, Gary Gensler, recently said that he is worried and looking into the fact that the lack of diversity and competitiveness in AI models is really a financial stability risk. So that's one. I think we really need to adequately resource these agencies commensurate to the growing scale of the problem. But second, and we've all said this, there are laws in waiting. We have the ADPPA. We have done the hard work of distilling a globally leading privacy standard. So, I guess my simple point today is that we shouldn't be reinventing the wheel. We have the tools. It's the time to act.
Thank you so much. Mr. Gregg, first of all, I know that your industry right now, we all love our actors, and the opportunity to see them have been on strike now for 6 months. I'm sure some of those issues, as a supporter of labor, are more traditional labor issues. But I know that AI is one of those, and you've been talking about that. What would you say is the biggest concern now of workers, actors, that really threatens your business and their livelihood?
Thank you so much. Every time I think that I've done everything that could possibly make a human nervous, they come up with something else. Thank you so much for your question. Our concerns, as I expressed, can be far-reaching and existential, but they're also very simple in that we have an example in that 15 years ago, as a member of the Writers Guild, we were on strike about compensation, the things that we have to survive in a business where you're essentially an independent contractor. We got through strikes. We got health insurance that way. We got residuals so that you have some chance to make some monetization of the work you do. When that happened, 15 years ago, the thinking was, well, listen, we can't really give you any real protections in streaming. The internet, that's not a thing. The day after the strike was resolved, Hulu was announced. And so when things moved to streaming, our compensation models, without really our consent, suddenly changed. And all of a sudden, perhaps it's a coincidence, all of the content moved, all the stories all moved to streaming, and our compensation drastically trailed off. And so while we have the existential concerns about committing our lives to telling stories and bringing the human soul to a collective medium, we also have survival issues, and that's that we need to have. I'm going to get the 3 C's from my colleague. Yeah. Okay. Good. Thanks. I should know these. I know what they mean. Consent, compensation, and credit. Just to have our image, the work we've done. I heard a really amazing AI researcher speaking about this last night, that what AI does is it takes human cognitive labor, which is something, it's different than minerals, and it harvests it, essentially. So our work is something that's harvestable. And we need to be credited, compensated, and we need to have control over the way ourselves are used. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know I'm out of time. Let me just say that I am going to want to talk to all of you as we move forward. working on legislation that we can do on privacy and on AI. So thank you very much for your testimony.
I welcome that as well. Generally yields back. Now I'll recognize the chairman of the full committee, Ms. Rogers, for her 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I mentioned, this is the first in a series of AI hearings for our committee. It's the seventh in terms of data privacy, and just let me add that the importance of protecting our kids runs throughout. Chairman Bilirakis highlighted data security. We've worked on data minimization, and we've had multiple layers that provide even more protections with a national standard for data privacy. The legislation isn't just about one provision. It's about all the provisions working together to achieve the strongest protections possible for everyone, including kids. I'd like to start with Ms. Espinel. Can you tell me how conducting impact assessments and calculating risk will serve us well in data privacy legislation and prevent harms in AI?
Yes, thank you very much. So impact assessments are a very important tool in terms of ensuring that there's accountability, in terms of ensuring that companies are acting responsibly. I want to start off by saying we believe it's important in privacy and in AI that impact assessments apply both to what are often called controller processors in privacy law, but also developers and deployers in AI, those that are creating the AI systems and the companies that are using AI systems. Both should have obligations to conduct impact assessments. Those impact assessments will be slightly different because those companies are doing different things. They have access to different data, and they can take different steps in order to mitigate risks. And so the obligations and the impact assessments should mirror that. They should reflect that. But you can think of an impact assessment in a way like a report card.
Okay.
For a developer, for someone creating an AI system, they need to have an impact assessment that looks at what is the purpose of that AI system, and what are the limits on that AI system? In other words, what should that AI system not be used for?
Excuse me, thank you, that's great. I know there's a lot more. I have a couple more questions though, but thank you. Mr. Krikorian, I appreciate the way you distilled potential AI harms, and this dovetails with Mr. Gregg's points on how sophisticated technology can be. It underscores our concerns of how adversarial nations, including China with TikTok, could access and train AI models using our data to cause harm and manipulate us. So just very briefly, would a comprehensive data privacy security bill, similar to ours from last year, that restricts data brokers and big tech counter this threat to our security?
Thank you for that question. I believe it would for portions of it. I think that giving people transparency into where their data is going and giving them consent on how to actually control it is extremely important. I do highlight that I think there is some concern around these public spaces, these digital public spaces that people are voluntarily surrendering their data into unknowingly and at large volumes. And it's unclear whether or not those could be fully covered because those are simply scrapable and downloadable by different parties. But I think from the explicit data collection standpoint, yes, I do believe that some form of this act would prevent those.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gregg, my kids would be disappointed if I didn't let you get away without a question, not to mention co-opting one of your lines. So, we focused a lot on the importance of foundational protections and data privacy for also being important for trustworthy AI. It's a massive undertaking with concessions from all parties and stakeholders. So would you agree this is never going to work if we don't have something to unite behind, and that enacting data privacy legislation is important in this Congress?
First of all, thank you, and my greetings to your kids. And I'm really impressed that they remembered that line from an episode I loved. Yeah, absolutely. I think what was just said about voluntary means that you put in. I see all these things popping up in California now. Which part of your data do you agree? I don't know. I'm busy. I don't like that I think of something and 2 days later I get an ad for it. It's creepy. Pardon me, I don't know if that's, anyway, but I guess I can say creepy. But I think that we're depending on guardrails to come from you. As was said, this is a national, the borders don't exist here. This is all happening around the planet in microseconds. we depend on the guardrails that can be put in place nationally. This committee is so important to me to protect us as we figure out what this even is and what the ramifications are, because clearly most of us don't.
Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate everyone being here. This has been a great panel. We do have more questions, but I have to yield back right now. I'm out of time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I thank the gentlelady. And now I recognize my friend from New Jersey, ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Pallone, for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Chairman Bilirakis. Last Congress, I was proud to chair this committee as we advanced the strong, comprehensive, and bipartisan American Data Privacy and Protection Act. And this bill put consumers back in control of their data, stopped aggressive and abusive data collection by big tech, and rejected the failed notice and consent regime. It also required data minimization and algorithmic accountability in order to ensure companies collect only the data they need to serve their customers. So my questions are of Ms. Kak. Do you believe that notice and consent is a sufficient mechanism to protect consumers and their data from the harmful and abusive practices of tech companies?
Thank you, Mr. Pallone. The short answer is no. Notice and consent mechanisms are necessary, but they are far from sufficient. So can they be a powerful lever? Yes, and I think the best example we have of this is Illinois' BIPA law, that where consent has actually been leveraged to shut down some of the most concerning uses of AI, for example, Clearview AI. But even there, it is buttressed by a bright line prohibition, which prevents companies from profiting off the sale of our biometric information. Now, the core weakness of consent, of course, is that it completely breaks down anytime there is stark power asymmetry. It breaks down in the workplace, it breaks down in schools, but as Mr. Gregg just pointed out, arguably that power asymmetry affects all of us and is all pervasive, right? And that is particularly why the ADPPA is so strong, because it has the whole suite. It has consent, it has data rights, but crucially, it's setting the rules of the road so that these rules of the road apply regardless of what the consumer so-called chooses.
All right, thank you. Now, how does the rapid growth of AI impact the urgency of implementing strong, comprehensive federal data privacy legislation that implements clear rules about or around data minimization and algorithmic accountability?
Thank you, Mr. Pallone. I would argue that data privacy has been an urgent priority for the last decade in the United States, but the events of the last few years, and maybe particularly of the last few months, only reinvigorate calls for urgency. There are three main reasons that AI makes the passage of a data minimization mandate crucial. The first is the obvious one, which is privacy. We're seeing new privacy threats emerge from AI systems. We talked about the future threats and how we don't know where AI is going to go, but we absolutely do know what harms they're already causing. They're leaking personal information. They could potentially be leaking patient data in healthcare contexts. These privacy risks are not abstract, even if the technologies are portrayed as these abstract, magical systems. The harms are very, very real. The second is competition. As I mentioned in my testimony, this is very, very crucial because we're at a moment where unchecked commercial surveillance is being incentivized by AI systems, and unless we have rules of the road, we're going to end up in a situation where where the kind of state of play against consumers is entrenched. And thirdly, this is crucial. Data privacy law is crucial for national security as well. We need security norms in place to make sure that, you know, the way we like to say it is that data that is never collected is not at risk, or data that is deleted after a reasonable period of time will no longer be at risk. So we need to really minimize the surface area of attack, and I think at the current moment, in the absence of a federal privacy law, we risk not only competitive and privacy threats, but I would argue national security threats as well.
Well, that gets to my last question, Ms. Kak. In addition to protecting consumer privacy, what other harms can be addressed with data minimization principles? For example, you mentioned, doesn't it help address data security challenges and national security concerns?
Absolutely. The way we like to say it, Mr. Pallone, is that we're essentially creating gold mines for, and honeypots, really, for cyber criminals of all varieties. And this can be, and as Mr. Gregg and others pointed out, we're actually incentivizing the creation of databases, including of databases of kids' information, that's kids' images and videos. And we have an example recently where it was reported that we have a large children's database that was created and was being sold by a company called Megaface. These kinds of practices are going to become the norm, and AI is only supercharging existing incentives for unchecked and invasive data surveillance.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
I thank the ranking member, and, we just gavelled in, the House did, but out of respect to the witnesses in the audience, we're going to keep going as long as we possibly can. So I'll recognize Dr. Bouchon for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for calling today's important hearing on something that will play an even larger role in Americans' lives, AI. With AI already being deployed in a multitude of economic sectors, from healthcare to manufacturing to defense, it is critical that Congress create an environment to foster innovative uses of such technology while also protecting Americans from possible harms. Enacting a national data privacy framework, such as we passed through this committee last year with the ADPPA, to establish clear rules of the road for the U.S. is a key factor in deploying effective AI that will help U.S. innovators keep their edge against competitors abroad. One of the goals of implementing a national data framework will be to provide some certainty to consumers. And as you mentioned in your testimony with the case of the deepfake Tom Cruise ad, the use of AI in generating such content, Mr. Leibowitz, do you think that regulation of AI content should or could include the use of something like a watermark or other indicators to consumers that content is AI generated?
Yes, I absolutely do. I think a watermark is something you should strongly consider as you think through putting the right guardrails on AI and making sure that people are compensated for their work, and also that consumers know when something is generated by AI and when it's generated directly by a human brain. But I'd also say one more thing, which is that, and as you heard from my fellow panelists, so much of what you want to do to regulate and to put into place appropriate standards for AI, it's in the privacy bill that you reported out last year. Yep. It's the requirements for data security. It's the restrictions on collecting data without consumer permission. It's the mandatory risk assessments that Ms. Espinel pointed out. And so, so I would just encourage you, and I know you want to do this, not to kick the privacy can down the road. You're the committee that has shown leadership in the last Congress, and you can take it to the next level by enacting bipartisan legislation.
Thank you for that answer. And I mean, you're a regulator. What are some of the challenges in then enforcing such requirements, and what might you suggest for us to how we would address that?
Well, if I would say this, one challenge, and the FTC, as Ms. Kak knows, because she was there, and Ms. Hone knows because she was there when I was there, it has terrific lawyers, and they want to represent the public interest, and they have some expertise in privacy and AI issues, and they're building it. I would say they'll need more resources because this is a comprehensive and important piece of legislation, and you'll want to give it to them. And I think, when I was at the FTC, we started the Division of Privacy and Identity Protection because we thought privacy was a more important issue. Sure. We had our first chief technologist brought in 2009 because we thought that was important. I would probably, one of the things I like in your legislation is it would create a bureau, bigger than a division, on top of a division of privacy. And privacy is so important in America today that I think that would be, I'm a little surprised the FTC hasn't done it unilaterally itself, but I think that's an important way to enhance and validate the importance of protecting consumer privacy.
Great, thank you. I was a doctor before I was in Congress, so one specific sector I'm excited to see AI make strides in is healthcare. I really believe technology is is going to really advance us down the field in healthcare and also decrease costs. And I know already we're deploying many apps in the healthcare systems. Mr. Krikorian, what role do you think that enacting a national data privacy standard will have on the security and privacy of data for health information that's not explicitly covered by a current HIPAA law?
Thank you for that question. I mean, I would contend that, especially with these machine learning algorithms that require even more data that might be captured in order to make better predictions, that we need to expand those type of protections to beyond just healthcare information, whether it be perhaps information that's collected by different consumer applications, whether it be Apple Health or others that might not be already covered. I think we need to extend those protections there. I think HIPAA is a really good framework for us to be thinking about what those could look like. SOC 2 might be another good framework on how maybe those could be thought about, but an extension to what this consumer data realm looks like, so those could be also used as inputs into these deep learning models, I think would be quite important.
Yeah. It'd be important to also continue to have researchers have the availability of de-identified data if we're going to continue medical research. And that's one of the challenges of balancing that. So my time has expired, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate it, and I went as long as I could, but we do have a vote on the floor. So we'll recess for floor activity. Of course, the subcommittee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. So thank you very much for your cooperation and your patience, and we'll be back. Okay, we're going to reconvene. I know members are starting to come in, but we want to get started as soon as possible. I want to thank you all for the witnesses for your patience. We really appreciate it so much. So with that, I'm going to ask Chairman Castor, Acting Chairman Castor, to ask her, she's recognized for 5 minutes of questioning.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman Bilirakis, and thank you to our witnesses for bearing with us. Your opening statements were very persuasive. It's really refreshing to hear advocates like you pressing Congress to act. It's long overdue for the United States of America to adopt a basic fundamental privacy law online. So as you raise your voices and encourage us to do that, it is very well received here in the committee. Thank you for recognizing our bipartisan work on ADPPA. For many years, I've had particular concern for what big tech platforms do to exploit our children, to target them with advertising, to surveil them. Even though we have a COPPA law, it still is not followed. It must be updated. So when you think about AI and kids, it seems like all of the online harms directed towards children when it comes to AI would just be exacerbated, would be even more severe. And Ms. Kak, in your testimony, you raised a couple of examples. Could you dive in deeper in AI and the special considerations when it comes to young people?
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Castro, for that question and for raising this crucial issue. I think let's start with the ADPPA, which has been the subject of today's discussion across the board. The ADPPA is, we feel, one of the strongest ways of not just protecting everybody's privacy, but specifically protecting the privacy of children. So kids' data is sensitive data under the Act, which affords it the highest and strictest levels of protection. We have specific prohibitions against targeted advertising on children. And I'll stop there to say that these particular specific prohibitions on targeted advertising are essentially getting at the root of the business incentives for unfettered collection of data, right? They're fixing the business incentives, and what we've tried to emphasize today, what I've tried to emphasize is that if you're tackling the business incentives, you're really future-proofing the law. So when people ask, what do we do about AI, we can point to the ADPPA and say it is structurally changing the business incentives so that companies, whether it's AI or it's the next big thing, 5 years from now, are structurally not incentivized for the irresponsible collection of data, particularly when that data is of children. And I think I would kind of, moving away from this particular example of the latest AI fad, which is generative AI, we can look at examples of where facial recognition systems are absolutely proliferating across schools today. We're really happy to hear that the New York State has actually banned the use of facial recognition systems in school, because speaking of notice and consent breaking down, the clearest example of that would be in a situation where you're at a school where you have essentially minors that are in no position to consent, choose or otherwise, to these invasive face surveillance tools. And I think the need of the hour is not just to put in place regulation, but specifically to put in place bright line rules against the kinds of data collection that we never think should be permissible.
It's kind of like the example that Mr. Gregg gave when it comes to an actor and their personal privacy, the ability to control their own image. So is what you're saying, gosh, think about children who do not have the ability to consent when it comes to facial recognition, and that could be exploited by others when it comes to artificial intelligence.
Absolutely, Ms. Castro, and I don't think that these are abstract or theoretical concerns. We already know that there are databases of children's images and videos that are being used in real time by AI companies to produce, to generate further material that is extremely sensitive and implicates these children's faces, among other things. So, again, we're not living in a moment where we need to hypothesize about these risks. These risks are ever present, and a data privacy law in particular that protects everybody's privacy would be the best way to protect children's privacy as well.
Yeah, and if I may add
yes,
something.
Go ahead.
And you've been a leader on, protecting kids, but as we know, kids act impulsively. They are a vulnerable population. That's why Congress passed COPPA in the first place. And in the ADPPA, and the bill you'll reintroduce this year, there are going to be protections against minors 17 and under that we don't see anywhere else, not in a single state law. So just coming back to one of the topics of this hearing, I think it's critically important that you move that legislation, and you will be doing taking a major step forward if you can enact the ADPPA or the ADPPA 2.0. It'll be very protective of children from abusive AI.
I agree. I don't think we have time to waste. I'll look forward to the bipartisan bill coming back. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. Now I recognize the Vice Chairman of the Subcommittee, my good friend, Mr. Wahlberg from the great state of Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the panel for being here and staying here, waiting around for us as well. Many of my colleagues know that protecting kids has been a top priority of mine while serving on this committee. Although protections currently exist for some children, the scope is limited and doesn't cover the terrible harms we are hearing about in the news. We know the stories like the one in Marquette, Michigan, way up in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. A very rural area, very few people up in that area, where scammers pretended to be another student and extorted a 17-year-old football player, good guy, who sadly took his own life after being blackmailed, and another where innocent photos and personal information of 10 middle schoolers, females, were turned into explicit images. These kids are met with harassment and extortion by vile actors scraping their data and threatening digital forgeries, explicit pictures to be given to their friends and family. This is abhorrent, and Congress must work to protect children from these evil actions. I ask for unanimous consent to enter this article, Mr. Chairman, into the record, how AI makes it even harder to protect your teen from sextortion online.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Mr. Leibowitz, how can the work of this committee in doing what we're doing on enacting a comprehensive data privacy and security law prevent these type of harms to our young people?
Well, you have a number of provisions in the privacy legislation that this committee reported out 53-2 last year that really help protect young people, vulnerable population, from abusive AI. It's not the end of it's not all the protections, so you should keep on working on AI issues, but it's important. So, requirements for data security, restrictions on collecting data without consumer permission, mandatory risk assessments, obligations for companies to minimize data, finding authority for the FTC and state attorneys general, the protections which we just talked about on minors 17 and under, and then I'll also
And these will have the teeth in it to really do the job.
Well, there's an absence of teeth now, right? And current law is inadequate. So I think this will take a really critical first step, an important step, in not letting all of that information out of the barn, particularly as it hurts consumers. And I just want to make one other point, which was that COPPA was and COPPA is 20 years old now, and it needs to be updated. But it was really well written by Congress. So, for example, one thing you did was you allowed state AGs to also enforce the law. Another thing is you gave the FTC rulemaking authority. And so when I was at the FTC, we updated the COPPA rule to prohibit the collection of precise geolocation information. Now, when COPPA was written, nobody knew what geolocation information was. When I got to the FTC, I didn't know what geolocation information was. But we realized it was a big gap in COPPA, and we were able to fix it. So I think you need to give some rulemaking authority, possibly within guardrails, and I think you did that last year to the FTC to do some rulemaking because they have expertise in this area.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Krikorian, I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up your testimony on self-driving vehicles. Michigan's the auto capital of the world. An area that is of great priority to Republicans on this committee, that self-driving space. I've had reservations in the past, especially on how to make sure other road users, like motorcyclists, remain safe. I do believe these vehicles can be made safe, but there are certainly limitations to where and under what parameters they can be tested. In order to become better and have greater chance to deploy broadly, self-driving vehicles need to collect data, lots of data, to improve. I think this is analogous to other areas that Chair Bilirakis discussed in his opening statement. Good actors can use the data they collect to improve products and service, increase cybersecurity, or other improvements that they think is reasonable. Can you explain the harms that could arise if we limit this type of improvement and innovation?
Thank you for that question. If we don't do, if the question is what happens if we don't do enough data collection in order to make these things safe, then we won't have enough data to power our algorithms. We won't have enough data to power our simulations, and therefore we won't understand all the different complexities of what we might encounter on the road. We used to collect terabytes of information at Uber for every hour that we drove on the road, so we can properly analyze it after the fact and make sure that we're accounting for every single possible edge case that we might see on the road. And if we didn't do that, then we would have a problem. Like, we just wouldn't be able to understand all the situations, say a toddler running across the road, which happens maybe 1 in a million miles, but that 1 in a million miles is incredibly important. So if we don't capture all that data, it's incredibly important that we have major issues on the simulation and the data validation side. I will say, though, there are ways to capture this data and preserve privacy at the same time. You could be capturing data and scrubbing faces before it hits disk. You could be doing all these things that allows us to still get what we need from the information without violating, say, where a person is going or becoming a mass surveillance mechanism that's roving on the roads.
Yeah. Thank you. My time has expired. I yield back.
Thank you. I recognize Representative Kelly for her 5 minutes of questioning.
Before I started, I wanted to yield a minute to Representative Cardenas.
Thank you for yielding, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for having this important hearing. The advancement of artificial intelligence brings massive opportunity for the United States and the world. Through the development of AI, we will see unprecedented progress in research and innovation, improvements in the existing industries, and the creation of entirely new ones. However, there are negative aspects as well that we could actually make better with legislation through Congress. For example, artists deserve to be compensated when their work is used, and importantly, they should not be competing in marketplaces with products that are artificially generated without AI-generated products being clearly labeled. This can and will vastly, drastically change the workplace, not throughout America only, but throughout the world, and I think that we can do a good job of legislating to make sure that we mitigate as much as we can. And with that, thank you so much for yielding time. Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Chair Bilirakis and Ranking Member Schakowsky, for holding this important hearing. As many of you know, a few years ago, I had the pleasure of working with former Congressman Will Hurd of Texas in partnership with the Bipartisan Policy Center to produce 4 white papers related to a national artificial intelligence, or AI, strategy. As such, I have spent the past few years following the development of these technologies and systems, and I agree that AI has great potential to create new opportunities and greatly improve the lives of Illinoisans and all Americans. But we have already seen many ethical challenges that previously existed, like bias, talked about privacy, and power asymmetries, evolve and can be greatly exacerbated by the emerging use of AI technologies and systems. For these reasons, I strongly believe the issue of civil rights and liberties must be front and center in discussions about the development, deployment, and oversight of AI technologies. We must protect against the potential for these AI technologies and systems to harm Americans and reduce the ability of all communities to participate in the digital transformation of the economy. Ms. Kak. ADPPA has strong provisions regarding the need for data minimization, which I strongly support. Some critics have suggested that the principle of data minimization would hamper U.S. companies' ability to develop and deploy AI systems, leaving them at a competitive disadvantage to companies based in other countries. Do you agree with these concerns, or do you believe American companies can deploy AI while also having strong federal data privacy regulations?
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. I disagree with those statements because they're based on a misleading caricature of data minimization itself. I think this caricature presents data minimization as somehow stopping access to data wholesale, whereas the truth is very far from that. We're simply setting guardrails on permissible purposes, and we're kind of providing an antidote with data minimization to the otherwise incentive supercharged with AI, the incentive that exists to kind of hoover up as much data about users and store it for as long as possible. Now, one other way to put this is that in America, we want to be incentivizing the right kind of innovation. The whole premise of the AI race against China is that democratic AI needs to beat out authoritarian AI. And the way in which we do this is by sort of heightening the contradiction there. The way in which we establish US global leadership on AI is by setting the precedent for what democratic AI looks like. And I think a strong privacy law does that, is a very strong step in that direction.
In your written testimony, you talk about regulating the collection of certain kinds of sensitive material. How do the Illinois Biometric Information Privacy Act and other similar state laws limiting the use of biometric data protect Americans' privacy?
So the Illinois BIPA is, one of our favorite examples of a very strong data minimization mandate for two reasons, right? Because although it has the lever of consent, and that's very important, and it sets a high consent bar, it is at the same time drawing a bright line and saying no company should be able to profit from our biometric data. And it is because that line is drawn so very clearly in the sand that it has led to such successful litigation. Most recently, the fact that Clearview AI has now been permanently banned from selling its face database of millions of our faces to private entities for profit.
And Ms. Espinel, would you please elaborate on why robust data protection is so critical?
As AI becomes more powerful, privacy protections become more important. So we've already had a conversation about the risks, deep fakes, hackers' access to consumer data. These concerns are real. They are happening now. That makes the need for federal privacy legislation even more urgent. But I would also say we need legislation on high-risk uses of AI as well. And I commend the committee for the bill that you developed last year that addresses both of those issues.
Thank you so much. I yield back.
Okay, gentlelady yields back, and now I'll recognize the representative from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and very timely hearing. We may have to tap into AI to figure out how to elect a Speaker of the House. We're going to have a hearing tomorrow on AI in the energy sector. I chair the Energy Subcommittee, so I look forward to that. On July 13th, 2023, the People's Republic of China issued final measures aimed at regulating generative AI services, such as ChatGPT, to the Chinese public. Under these provisions, content providers must uphold the integrity of state power and ensure the development of products aligning with the socialist agenda of the Chinese Communist Party. These actions, along with censorship and the CCP's growing control of a private sector, have stifled domestic growth and innovation. While this committee recognizes the need for a framework to address AI's potential risks to ensure responsible development and deployment, how do we also ensure that AI systems align with our own democratic values while promoting a fair and open regulatory environment? So for Ms. Espinel, you've talked about the different roles of companies in privacy and AI legislation. Tell me more about those roles and why legislation should distinguish between them.
So first I'll say, I think it is very possible to have regulation that leads to responsible AI and takes a different approach than other countries. And I think the United States being a leader on what a regulatory approach to AI that reflects our values, I think that's critically important. One of the things that it also needs to do is recognize the different roles that you refer to. There are companies that develop AI, there are companies that use AI, our companies do both, and there should be obligations on both. But they should reflect the fact that whether you're training a system, creating a system, or using a system, you're going to have access to different information. And importantly, you're going to be able to take different kinds of steps to identify risks and then fix those risks. So having obligations for both and having impact assessments that will give companies a tool to identify what the risks are and then importantly go out and fix those risks is critically important.
Yeah, thank you for that. Many privacy laws around the world in the U.S. and the U.S. statutes governing privacy and security of financial and health information distinguish between controller versus a processor in order to recognize the different roles they play in the ecosystem and tailor responsibilities accordingly. Why should Congress support maintaining this distinction in federal privacy legislation? That question's to you, too.
For the same reason, because whether you are a service provider that is processing data, so for example, if you are a grocery store and you are collecting data about your consumers, you should and be responsible for making decisions about how to limit use of that data, for example. If you're a service provider that is processing that data, you often will not have access to it, and we don't want service providers to have access to it. That would undermine privacy. So that's a practical example of why those distinctions, which again, this committee has recognized and has been recognized, I think, in 126 privacy laws around the world, is important. And so commend you for the work on that.
Yeah, and if I could add just one small point to that, and I agree with everything Ms. Espinel said, but she works for an association of the best companies. And they are. And sometimes—
Let the record reflect.
Fine. And if you don't have a standard or a floor, then the companies that aren't the best companies, and sometimes even the companies that are almost the best companies, they go down to the bottom because they're at a competitive disadvantage. And so at the FTC, we went after a lot of scammers, and they would come into my office, or companies that engaged in deception. And they weren't bad companies, but they would say, yeah, I would like to protect consumer data this much. But if I did that, we couldn't earn money because everybody else is at a lower level. And that's why you need a privacy baseline, and that's one reason
We're
why
going to
you
move
need
on.
AI.
I've heard concerns about how AI-generated content using profiling from individuals' image and voice without acquiring consent. While this committee has been focused on privacy and data security for some time, we've also focused on NIL and how it impacts people such as college athletes. To that end, I'm curious if you see issues beyond privacy like property right protection, image protection, whatever, as an essential part of what Congress should be addressing when tackling AI policy. And I don't care who answers it. We got 45 seconds.
Well, I think there are important issues that are raised here. I think one of the things that Congress could think about is whether or not a right of publicity at a federal level would be helpful here. There are rights of publicity at the state law, but again, not all states have those laws. There's not one sort of federal standard for that. So a suggestion would be that Congress consider creating a federal right of publicity to address some of those concerns.
I mean, Mr. Chairman, I've seen some videos recently where image of someone was taken and AI-generated content of that person speaking something that they never said. And how that could be used in the political realm or against adversaries for blackmail, other things, even putting college athletes and students in bad positions where they've got to say that wasn't me, it looked real and it's scary. And with that, we're always concerned about the privacy of American citizens.
Thanks for bringing that up. Appreciate it. Mr. Gregg, do you want to respond to that at all?
Oh, good, I did it.
Very briefly, yeah, please.
Very briefly?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. All right, now I'll recognize my good friend from the state of Florida, Mr. Soto, for his 5 minutes of questioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here and having patience as we had to interrupt the hearing for a little while. We know whether it's deep fakes or ChatGPT, looking at fraud by impersonation or advanced manufacturing, that AI is awe-inspiring, but it also can be disruptive. We see it's particularly being disruptive in professional services, in entertainment, in various different parts of our economy. Mr. Gregg, first, I want to unequivocally announce my support for those SAG-AFTRA members who are striking for better wages, benefits, and workplace rights. We have many of your members in Florida and really appreciate it. I represent the Orlando area, and we have many artists working in our theme parks, as actors, as musicians, in production. And I know that you've already mentioned AI is being used increasingly to replicate well-known actors and things of that nature. It'd be great to hear how you think it affects those who are in production, all those workers who are helping to produce movies and minor characters and extras and, you know, the vast majority of folks that are involved in the SAG-AFTRA union.
Thank you so much for your support for our union's activities. The question, if I understand it, is how AI and this issue affects the broader rank and file of the crews and the, I don't know what, not movie stars, et cetera, who work in our business. For us, we were just talking moments ago, for us, this is not a future concern. This is already happening now. As I said, the move from streaming felt like a test case for us where, because it was monetized in a different way that was advantageous more to the corporations and disadvantaged the right rank and file actors and production people, we already saw a huge shift down for the workforce. The median income of writers went down 14% during the time when obviously cost of living has gone up. Of the entire rank and file of SAG-AFTRA, which is, before this strike, a lot of people thought was just, that George Clooney or whoever's got a lot of money. But what's been able to be communicated, in my opinion, is that the vast majority of people, whether they're IATSE crew members or actors or writers, are in the middle. There's a reason it's called the middle, because everyone's there. And they are making 26% of actors at any given time, in any given year, make the minimum they need to just get basic health insurance. So when you start to take our image, our work, our likeness, and turn that into product that's being made by counterfeits, by bad actors in terms of foreign entities and counterfeits, you're taking away what's left of a pie that's already being shrunk in the economy as it stands.
Thank you so much. Ms. Espinel, University of Central Florida has a world-class digital twin program. We work in everything from helping doctors with surgery prep to training firefighters and cops to improving efficiency of factories and distribution centers. How does the lack of AI legislation right now limit innovation in digital twin technology and other simulation and training types of technology?
There are a lot of exciting things that are happening in digital twins. You mentioned some of them, surgeons using them, urban planners using them so they can, figure out what the impact of a design is going to be, reduce costs, increase sustainability. But I agree with what I think is your premise that passing AI legislation will help increase adoption. I think it will help increase trust in technology and increase adoption of AI in ways that will be beneficial to our society if it is done responsibly.
And why do you think that?
Because I think having the clarity and predictability of what the rules are, how companies should be either in terms of privacy protections or how companies what they should be doing when there are high-risk uses of artificial intelligence will give companies clarity and predictability that they need to make investments. It will give consumers trust that the technology is being used in a way that is responsible. All of that, I think, will lead to greater adoption and then greater benefits from the positive tools that we're seeing.
Thank you so much, Ms. Espinel. Chair, I've seen them scan people's bodies and practice surgery before they're even starting. I've seen logistics centers improved by digital twins. We've seen firefighters trained and cops trained on how to approach a major disaster like a block-long fire, all because of the work that is being done in our area. So we want to continue to make it fertile ground for this innovation to continue. Thanks, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I thank the gentleman. He yields back. And now Dr. Dunn from Florida, good friend of mine. I know he had some great questions. You're recognized, sir, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think there have been some great points made here by my colleagues and, of course, the panel. Clearly we want responsible data privacy protection as AI moves forward, but it's also critical that we maintain a competitive edge, if you will, in acquiring and developing this technology in America. AI has obvious major applications in defense, national security systems. In the global economy, we're presented with the challenge of preserving free markets while simultaneously protecting trade secrets, individual privacy, and of course, critical technology. Recently, the Commerce Department issued rules that require U.S. chip makers to obtain a license in order to export AI chips. I believe this is on the right track. Protecting the United States from global adversaries is a bipartisan, non-negotiable issue. China's been using AI in its national strategy for years. As early as 2017, China announced a national AI strategy that describes a new focus of international competition in AI, and that was 2017, 6 years ago. This begs the question of what incentives should we be considering to ensure that our companies won't sell products to China in a manner that deteriorates our not only our competitive advantage, but our national security. I have a July article in CSIS which reads, The reality of Chinese military purchases is not up for debate. It was openly published in unclassified Chinese military procurement contracts. Followed just between April and November of 2020, they followed over 21,000 such contracts that all specified specifically American chips had to be used in the contract. Not one single contract specified purchasing Chinese chips. So, corporate profits in America, shareholder earnings, are a clear motivation for US-based AI chip manufacturers to export AI technology, even to communist China. But we need corporate America's cooperation on this, and it's an extremely dangerous area. Mr. Leibowitz, I know you have a lot of experience at the FTC. Do you think these export controls, current as they exist, are they going far enough, or should they be tweaked?
Well, I'm no expert on export controls, but I do agree with everything you've said, and it makes sense to keep exploring this approach. I would say also that when it comes to sort of leadership on protecting consumer privacy and ensuring the proper guardrails on AI, it would be much better if our companies didn't go looking to Brussels for rules, but came to the United States, and we set our own rules that are helpful to American corporations.
Okay, we look to you for ideas on these things, at all of our panel members. On another note, the Bank of America noted that their prediction, by 2030, AI will be driving $16 trillion with a T dollars worth of economic activity annually. That just impacts every sector. That's a vast opportunity for our domestic markets, but we do want to proceed intelligently. The sheer size of the big tech companies often give them an advantage. You alluded to that earlier, Mr. Leibowitz. Do you, with all your experience there, do you think that that's the large U.S. corporations, that they have an undue advantage in the market?
I think large corporations sometimes do have an undue advantage in the market, and sometimes, and we looked at this at the FTC, Congress has looked at this, do create sort of barriers to entry for small and medium-sized companies that could be their competitors. I do think when you have a well-intentioned but not well-executed law, like, for example, the GDPR, you exacerbate those problems. And so one of the things that I think is very positive about the legislation that came out of this committee last year is you strike a proper balance between making sure that consumers are protected and also making sure that there can be compliance with those laws by companies.
Mr.
I thank you very much for those comments, and I do hope that you'll help us keep our balance. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Now I recognize Miss Clark, from the great state of New York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I thank our ranking member, Tchaikovsky, for holding this hearing today. I'd also like to thank our witnesses for, first of all, your indulgence and for being here to testify on such a very important topic. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize the context in which this hearing is being held. Right now, the House is essentially paralyzed. Even if this committee were to finally approve bipartisan privacy and AI regulations, the House couldn't even vote on it. Republicans continue to demonstrate their inability not only to govern, but just figure out who to lead them, all while we are marching closer to another Republican shutdown. Democrats remain committed to passing bipartisan legislation that meets the moment, whether that's a comprehensive privacy law or addressing the war in Ukraine and the escalating Israeli-Hamas conflict. I believe, as many of my colleagues do, that one of the best ways to protect consumers and promote responsible use of AI is by passing comprehensive data privacy legislation. Having said that, Ms. Espinel, in your testimony, you referenced how impact assessments are already being used across the industry. What are AI companies currently doing to evaluate risks created by their systems before and after the systems are deployed?
So thank you very much, and thank you for your long leadership on these issues. So our companies, I represent the enterprise-facing part of the tech industry, are taking quite a few steps. So sometimes that is testing their models, including doing red teaming. Sometimes that is, often that is assessing the quality of the data that's going into it. But the specific steps that they're taking often fall into this framework of impact assessments that you referred to. And having developers of AI and having deployers of AI do impact assessments at every step of the process is very important to make sure that companies are acting responsibly, to make sure that they are not cutting corners. So I like to think of the impact assessment as a report card that measures the intent of the system, whether or not it's being used correctly, whether or not the data that has gone into it is the quality of data that it needs to be. And then I think what is important is that an impact assessment be part of a larger risk management program so that if the report card comes back and it shows that there are problems, that the companies have steps that they can take to address them. And the last thing I would say is that they publicly certify that they have done so we can ensure that
So this is
AI
already currently a industry practice, or are we at the pilot stage?
It is a practice that many of the companies that I represent are taking, but thank you for saying that. I think what is really important is that we make it a law, not a practice, that it is required that companies do impact assessments and publicly certify that they have done so
Very well.
in cases of high-risk AI.
Very well. Well, decisions where life-altering opportunities are at stake, whether it's in healthcare, education, employment, housing, are where untested and biased systems can do the most harm. It is essential for companies to evaluate and mitigate the potential risks of a system before it is released. We need strong rules that prevent companies from releasing systems that replicate and amplify the harmful biases in our society. I was so glad to see so many of my provisions from the Algorithmic Accountability Act included in the ADPPA last Congress. Ms. Kak, based on your testimony, I believe you agree that impact assessments are essential to ensure algorithms and AI systems do not perpetuate and amplify bias. What are the most critical parts of such an impact assessment?
Thank you so much, Ms. Clark. I think speaking of report cards, while we are absolutely in favor of impact assessments and that companies should be, of course, evaluating risks, we're worried about a situation where companies are essentially grading their own homework. So while we are in favor of impact assessments, we think for these impact assessments to have teeth and for them not to devolve into some superficial checkbox exercise, we need to make sure that there is independent and third-party scrutiny of these evaluations. The question of when these impact evaluations happen are crucial. They need to happen before these systems are publicly released, not just during and after. And the events of the last few months only emphasize that. And finally, we need to have consequences associated with any harms that are uncovered through these impact assessments, including, crucially, no path dependency to going ahead. I think one of the options on the table with an impact assessment needs to be to abandon the system
So
wholesale.
should performance metrics be part of the algorithmic impact assessment? And if so, what would those look like, and who should have the input and access to those performance metrics?
Absolutely, Ms. Clark. I don't think I can answer what the performance metrics should be in the next 15 seconds, but what I will say is that these performance metrics cannot be set by industry themselves. And in fact, there is a very high risk of industry capture when it comes to auditing standards. We need to make sure that the terms of the debate are set by the public and not the industry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Thanks for yielding back. And now we'll have Mr. Allen from the great state of Georgia. You're recognized for 5 minutes of questioning, sir.
Thank you, Chair Bilirakis, for convening this hearing. And I want to thank the witnesses for your input today. It's been very informative, and we got a lot to do. Over the past year, we've witnessed a remarkable surge in the popularity of AI, and it's transitioned into the mainstream of America. This transformation owes much of its success to the widespread adoption of large language models. This evolution is not only attributed to the organic expansion of the user base, but it also strongly influenced by publicly traded companies leveraging buzzwords to enhance their stock value. We must develop the ability to discern between marketing exaggerations and actual advancements in development. More than anything, we should use this opportunity to reinforce how important it is for the United States to have a national privacy standard. Mr. Krikorian, what data are LLMs usually trained off of?
Thank you for that question. LLMs generally are trained on large corpuses of data. Now, the question comes from where do they get those data from? Organizations such as OpenAI have used public crawl information where they have trained across the entirety of the internet or a decent subset of the internet that's been publicly available for them. Other organizations, such as Anthropic and others, do a little bit better work when it comes to curating that data coming in under the notion of garbage in, garbage out, so making sure that good data goes in so that you get good data outwards. But the training set is usually defined purely by the developer themselves and choosing of their own choosing.
Do LLM companies pay publishers for using their data to train their models?
Currently, I'm not a complete expert on this, but there is currently a lot of debate, having advised a bunch of the publishers, such as The Atlantic and others. There is no current compensation going back to those publishers. Those publishers have taken recourse in blocking what their data can be, how their scrapers can access their data, but currently, as I understand it, no.
Mr. Leibowitz, should the owners of LLMs be required to compensate publishers for data their models are trained with?
Well, I certainly think as you move forward on AI legislation, that should be something that you explore. The perspective of the FTC is always protecting consumers, and certainly consumers need to be protected from abuses in AI. But I also worked for the film industry for a short period of time, a brief period of time, and of course, people need to, whether they're authors, or whether they're, and my wife is a journalist, or whether they are creators, or whether they're artists, they deserve some degree of compensation. And so I agree with the premise of the question for sure.
Does the FTC already have authority to require these companies to compensate the publishers for using their data?
Well, no, the FTC doesn't. The FTC has, I would say, it has about 80% of the authority it needs to protect consumers from fraud and deception and unfairness, but it also, the Supreme Court took away its equitable relief authority, so it no longer has the ability, for the most part, to get equitable relief to injured victims or to disgorge profits from corporations that violate the FTC Act. Most companies try to be on the right side of that, but that would be a thing, and I know your committee is working on it, giving the FTC equitable relief authority that is an important element of it being an effective law enforcement agency.
Thank you. Ms. Kak, should transparency about publishers' content in training data sets be part of the conversation about ethical AI?
Absolutely. I think what the landscape we're operating within today is that we don't have basic information about what data sets these models were trained on and what practices were taken care of to prevent risks. And so I think the start of any conversation and basic consumer AI literacy demands that we have answers to these questions before we can move further. And I think a data privacy law would be a strong step in that direction.
Okay. I've got about 30 seconds left. A key issue associated with generative AI systems is the risk they pose for proliferating harmful content, including fake news, misinformation, disinformation, and entrenching bias against conservatives. Since I'm out of time, if you would submit this for the record, do you think, and this was all of our panelists today, do you think that one guardrail that can be attached to generative AI tools is requiring that outputs contain clear, prominent sources so that consumers can evaluate an output's trustworthiness? And if you would respond to that in writing, I'm out of time, and Chairman, I yield back.
But I would say yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And the gentleman yields back. Now I'll recognize Mr. Falter for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to the panelists, thank you for your time and your expertise in sharing with us today. You probably are aware that some of us are bouncing in and out with multiple committees, and so some of this could be repeat questions. And if that's the case, please please be forgiving and know that we try not to cover ground twice, but sometimes it just happens. Mr. Gregg, I am not familiar with your industry that well. In fact, I rarely get a chance even to see movies anymore, but occasionally I do, and not long ago, I saw the most recent installment of the Indiana Jones series. And at the front end of that movie, there's a very young Harrison Ford in there, and I am told that that's AI-generated deepfake recreation. Whether it was or whether it wasn't, I'm not too worried about Harrison. My feeling is he probably got paid, and he probably got paid pretty well. But that may not be the case with other people in your industry area, that there might be some concerns. I'd like to ask you a two-point question. One would be, has that issue reached high priority within your industry? And two, what is the proper role of the federal government when it comes to regulating that activity, that regeneration or recreation activity?
Thank you very much. That's an excellent question. The first part, I saw that. I did a movie called Captain Marvel where they wanted to use a younger version of me. I would like to use a younger version of me, but they actually had the capability to do so. And they did it. And there was Sam Jackson and I, both in the 90s, in a blockbuster. Anyway, which was a throwback, and that's weird. But they're able to do it. If you ask me, at times it looked very realistic, at times it didn't, but these are the beginning moments of this. They've been working on it for a while, and the ramifications, as you point out, are terrifying. They're terrifying to us professionally, as I outlined a bit earlier. But for example, one of the issues that came up very quickly in the labor action that we're involved in was that there was a request on the part of the corporations that make our content that, for example, the people who, they're called background performers. You know a background performer when you see a bad one. Most of the time you don't notice them because they're excellent. They're professionals, they work long hours, and they bring a whole world to life. They make the least money, they work the hardest, and what they wanted to do was scan these people once and then use them in perpetuity in whatever movie they wanted to use them in. And I think that's a fair jumping off point. You get to see what, I heard someone saying that if you want to know where this is going, look what gets incentivized. And it's a way that you can remove the human element of this because it doesn't demand a new contract, it doesn't need insurance benefits. And unfortunately, this also goes to another question, which was, how does this allow us to still be competitive? What it feels like is that the companies that we work for are focused on satisfying growth models and Wall Street. And since this technology, especially with AI involved, is advancing so quickly, by the time they realize, my dad, who I lost recently, said a great thing. He said, if you don't get the first moment of truth right, you probably won't see the second one. By the time they are able to do this, and we realize that something terribly artificial has crept into this, and that the quality is gone that made our film and television business the best in the world, it'll be too late to do anything about it.
And that's a very good response, and thank you for that. And just because time is running so short, the second part of that question is, do you have any counsel for us? What is the proper role of the federal government in trying to regulate some of that activity?
Thank you. Because every example I've heard, whether it's about protecting our children, which I have a 21-year-old daughter and I've watched her grow up trying to navigate social media, the algorithm, and I think AI is just the algorithm on steroids. The left to the devices of commerce, I don't think we can trust the safety of our children. I don't think we can trust the safety of our performance. We need guardrails, and we need them on the federal level. As we said earlier this morning, this takes place across all boundaries instantaneously.
Thank you. And I'm very quick, because I'm just about out of time. Mr. Krikorian, you may be the best person to ask this question, but the industry Mr. Gregg's in is one thing, and that's terrifying in and of itself to me. Another more terrifying component is, what if a person in the President of the United States or whatever is shown or redepicted as making statements or even declarations that are not accurate? In the industry, do you have the technology to readily recognize a deep fake or recreation?
Thank you for that question. It's an arms race right now. I can literally create a recreation on my laptop in a couple of hours, and someone can maybe detect it, and their tools are getting better. But without things such as watermarking, without ways of understanding data provenance and others, right now it's an arms race that we're in right now.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Can I add one last thing, sir?
Yes, please.
What I
please.
failed to answer in the second, what our union is asking for is consideration, compensation, and consent, that there's rights you have as an individual and a performer. Thank you.
With regard, Mr. Gregg, when you talked about the 1990s, the deep fake or whatever you want to call it, in that particular movie, did you give them permission to use, the 1990s image as opposed to the current image?
Thank you, sir. That's a great question. Yes, in that case, the question that was put to me, it was a fair question, but I think it's an interesting one to bring up, was if you want to be in this movie, then we'd like to de-age you, and we're going to put some spots on you. We're going to give you, thank God, a little bit more hair, and we're going to put you back in the 90s, or we can cast someone. So I think a lot of times performers will be in the position of, if you want to work, you're going to have to go along with these things. And sometimes what we're afraid of is that you'll sign off on something that leaves you not protected as the scenarios evolve.
Yeah. That
said, it was nice
you
to
want to
look
be
young
You want to
again.
be compensated for it.
Correctly,
obviously.
exactly
Yeah.
right. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you. Thank you. The gentleman yields back, and now I recognize my friend from Florida. We're also very strong University of Florida football fans. She's from
Go Gators.
Gainesville, Florida. Go Gators. I'll recognize you for 5 minutes of questioning.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman, as the representative of the Gator Nation, and home to the nation's supercomputer with the University of Florida. This is an interesting topic for us because we are investing millions and millions and millions of dollars into R&D, and I think that we are a little bit behind the 8 ball in terms of how we manage some of the issues we're coming across. So, and I know we've talked at length today about digital twins, so I want to talk a little bit more about the dark side of digital twins. We see the tremendous opportunities for growth, for expediting supply chains, different mechanisms, but can we talk about some of the malicious and possibly deceptive digital twins, how that might be mitigated, detected, et cetera? I'm going to open this up to you, Miss. I'm going to say Espinel? All right, perfect.
Yes, so I think digital twins, like other forms of AI, can create significant risks. And when we are, like some of the ones that you've just highlighted, in high-risk scenarios, in scenarios where AI is either being developed or used in a way that is having a consequential decision on someone's health, on their education, on their employment, on their civil rights. In those cases, we believe that you should pass a law that requires companies to do impact assessments, identify those risks, and then mitigate those risks.
Mm-hmm.
The bill that you passed out of committee last year does have provisions on impact assessments, and so I commend you for having thought that through, but I think that is an important element of trying to identify and then eliminate and reduce the risks that you are referring to, is by requiring all companies to do those types of impact assessments and then certify that they have done the impact assessment, they've identified the risk and mitigated that risk.
You don't think that it should be a third party?
So I think there's a lot of discussion about that. I do think we need to ensure that there's not a check-the-box exercise. I think we need to make sure they're effective, right?
Government's
The whole
very good at
point
that.
is to work responsibly. There are some pieces that are missing right now in order to have a system of third-party audits that would work effectively at the moment. So for example, there's no accredited body to do third parties. There's no commonly agreed standards. But there are also groups that are working on those, and we're looking forward to working with many members of the community as those discussions continue.
Can I come? Go ahead. I just had one very quick point, which is that I think we have industry support in general for impact assessments, but some of that support falls away when we say that these impact assessments need to happen before these products are publicly released, and if they are unable to mitigate the risks, that they shouldn't be put on the market. So I think that's where the rubber hits the road, and why it's very, very important to structure audit or any assessment tools so that they're really they have teeth and they're able to introduce reflexivity before the harm has already happened.
Absolutely.
We believe impact assessments should be happening at all stages, including before products are released, just from the companies that I represent.
Yeah, and I do too. And I do think third parties is a good idea, but they have to have teeth, right? They can't be third parties that are just sort of reinforcing the views of the corporation. We put Facebook under order when I was at the commission, and I think Ms. Hone was at the commission too. And we required a third-party auditor, and what did that lead to? Cambridge Analytica. So you have to be very, very careful, and you have to make sure it has teeth. And the other point I would make is Ms. Espinel's companies are, large, important companies that can do mandatory risk assessments, and that's a good thing. But if you don't have a law in place, you might well have a race to the bottom.
Yep.
Right? And a race to the bottom starts with bad actors, and it brings good actors down.
Absolutely. No, and staying with you, Mr. Leibowitz, we see the benefits of what a digital twin can do, both in the medical space, supply chains, manufacturing, et cetera. Can you talk about limitations, though?
Mitigation?
Limitations.
Oh, limitations. Well, I mean, look, current law and current regulatory and enforcement agencies, they're just not a good match for the problems created by AI. And so you really need to craft a law. And I think that the bill you came out of your committee, 53-2 last Congress, is a really good first step. Not the end, but very much the end of the beginning or the beginning of the end.
I appreciate that. And Mr. Gregg, I've been trying to think of a way to incorporate Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. references in my testimony today. I'm just not that quick on my feet today. That being said, I was recently in India, and as I was catching television in and out of the hotel, it was a 24/7 anchor that was AI generated. We are heading for some very scary times. And as AI, as Mr. Altman has said, it is not designed to be a human experience. We're getting very close to that. And so I appreciate your efforts to be here and speak to the issue of creativity and talent and some of the issues that we're going to be facing in both the entertainment and news media world and beyond. So thank you.
Could I just make one point? So I represent the enterprise-facing part of the tech industry. I represent some companies that are big. I represent a number of companies that are quite small. We believe that companies should be able to do impact assessments whether they're big or small, and should be doing them in high-risk cases of AI. But I also want to say we think there should be a law passed so it's not just our companies who are doing that voluntarily, but all companies in high-risk situations being required to do that.
Not to presume that anyone has bad intentions here, but it does seem a bit like the fox in the hen house. I see government agencies that have to do their own impact assessments on regulations they're trying to force down people's throats, and they don't ever match what the reality is. So I think that a third-party system is probably in order.
Yeah, and going back to your earlier point about limitations and mitigation and what you witnessed in India, right? That's not commercial. So the FTC has no authority there, right? And so that's another reason why you want to look really closely at creating obligations for companies here, right? And the burden should be on the companies. It shouldn't be on the consumers. That's the problem with sort of notice and consent historically. So I can tell this committee is not kicking the can down the road.
Ms. Kamick, I know I can't show any favoritism, even though you're a Florida Gator. I can't. I've got to give the Georgia Bulldog an opportunity. So with that, I'll recognize the gentleman, Mr. Carter from Georgia.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may take just a personal moment and compliment my colleague to my left on her choice of red and black today. She looks very attractive in that, and I find it to be very attractive. Thank you. Mistake. Thank y'all for being here. Obviously, this is extremely important. I will tell you this, next to who's going to be the next speaker, the most prolific subject matter right now is AI on Capitol Hill. That's all anybody's talking about, AI. It is the flavor of the month. It is really the topic of the month. So Very important. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to wave on, and thank you for having this hearing, because we need to get this right. I'm real concerned. You know, we and the internet, we still got a law on the books that was created in 1997. And think of everything that has happened between that time and now on the internet, and yet we're still going by the 230. I mean, it's just, you know, we got to get this right, and we got to get it right as it evolves. So your help on this is extremely important. Ms. Espinel, I want to ask you, professionally, I'm a pharmacist, so healthcare is extremely important to me. And I've been especially interested in the promise of AI in healthcare. However, there have been questions that have come about as a result of health data. For example, there are reports of chatbots giving medical diagnoses. I'm real concerned about this, and just want to ask you, what kind of privacy gaps are there as it relates to health data?
Well, I would just say, as the daughter and the sister of doctors, I share that concern. You know, I think in terms of that's a great example of a high-risk use of artificial intelligence, right? It's impacting someone's health. There are other high-risk uses, but there could not be a better example. And I think when AI, like a chatbot, is being used, developed or used, and it's going to have an impact in a high-risk situation like someone's health, then there need to be limitations on that. There need to be obligations to do impact assessments, and if it's going to create a risk, such as offering a diagnosis inappropriately, then that can't happen. And the companies need to have processes in place where they're identifying that could happen and then addressing it. And by addressing it, I mean trying to ensure that it does not happen.
Mr. Leibowitz, you want to?
Yeah, I was just going to add a couple of points. So one is the benefits in healthcare of artificial intelligence could be enormous, you know, in a variety of areas. But there's also, as you point out, a big gap, right? We have HIPAA, but there's a lot of sensitive information that's outside of HIPAA, right? It's what you're looking at on the internet if you're trying to find a medical diagnosis. And companies shouldn't be collecting that information and marketing it and selling it and transferring it without your permission. And so, you know, that is a sensitive category of information that your legislation on privacy would require affirmative express consent for. In other words, it can't be taken by consumers without clearly them authorizing it.
Well, I can see where it can be extremely beneficial,
yes,
but I can also see where it can be extremely dangerous.
Mr. Carter, if
yes,
your
please,
permission, I have a small point, because I think privacy and competition are actually two sides of the same coin. And another practice we're seeing in the healthcare space is we're seeing big tech companies shore up medical databases, particularly those that are rich in patient data. And so one of the things that we are really concerned about is we think there needs to be stricter review of mergers in this space, because there's big tech is really at a perch where they can
I
shore
bless
up.
you. I have been on mergers in the space ever since I've been here. Thank you.
No, this is
that
absolutely
is something we've
crucial.
got to be concerned about.
Absolutely, and FTC commissioners Slaughter and Bedoya have also sort of sounded the alarm in the Amazon One medical case that this is just going to lead to big tech entrenching their data advantage, and we think data minimization tools are a good antidote there as well.
Good. Anyone else? And I want to. This is my area and where I'm really interested. Any other comments, Mr. Gregg?
I haven't even played a doctor on TV.
Really? Well, let me ask you this. What are the effects of misleading and deceptive content on consumer protection and the entertainment industry? I know that's kind of what you're involved in, but what kind of misleading and deceptive content on consumer protection do we need to be aware of and do we need to be concerned with?
I think I understand the question. Content in terms of fakes?
Yes, because, you know, I'm such a trusting person. I don't know what the difference is and whether it's real or it's not.
Yes. Well, fortunately for you, you weren't here earlier when I was talking about the terrifying, inappropriate images that were sent to me of me doing things that, as far as I know of, I've never done and would never do. And that's disturbing to have out there with a daughter who's online, but it's just an example of, I think this is where my business transcends out into your business, which is if they can make me appear doing something that I would never do, it's very dangerous to think that they could make you the Speaker, if we ever get one, the President, to say things, especially in really tense moments as we're going through right now with what's going on in the Middle East. The way things turn around so quickly, first of all, there's so much mistrust. People will have, if we tell them that wasn't real, they won't believe that either, that what's being eroded is truth. So I've said the other things I think about. It's taking the soul out of the art form that I perform in, but I also think the fingers of it reach way, way more broadly.
Right. And again, Mr. Chairman, thank you for indulging with me, but this is why this is so important. We need to get this right. And I think the role that we play in Congress is going to be extremely important, but the role that the private sector has is going to be even more important. So thank you. Thank you all.
Very much. I just want to thank y'all, because I think we're going to make a good bill better due to your testimony and your input today. Please don't hesitate to come to our offices and offer suggestions, okay? Again, we had a limited amount of time, and I appreciate your patience today. But again, this is a very important issue. As my fellow SEC member, I went to the University of Florida, said, it's so important. Well, we got a real chance against you. I don't know, buddy. I think we got a shot. We'll see. Well, the way we played last week was very encouraging. But in any case, I want y'all to know our door's open to you. And so with that, I'm going to say, I'm going to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record the documents included on the staff hearing documents today without objection, so ordered. And I remind members that they have 10 business days to submit questions for the record, and I ask the witnesses to respond to the questions promptly. Members should submit their questions by the close of business day on November 1st. So without objection, the subcommittee is adjourned. Extremely informative and very productive. Thank you.